Good morning, guys. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently May 10th. Jumping into the charts here. Overall, markets are set to gap up this morning. The Dixie has faded. The yields right now, as we currently speak, are kind of mixed across the board. You do have the 2-year up positive as well as the 10-year. Long end yields are outperforming. But again, the dollar's slightly green. Nat gas slightly negative, seeing a little bit of a pullback. I think nat gas is a bit of a short opportunity today. We're seeing a bit of a decline from the highs of yesterday. It did actually manage to make a new high in the futures market, traded all the way up to that 245 zone and then got rejected. So I think nat gas is in for a shorting opportunity today. I am still holding that short. Took a little bit of profits off of that dip, and I'm looking to re-enter. I think nat gas has the ability, believe it or not, to retest 233 at the minimum. And then if things get really nasty and we start to see a bit more sell side pressure, then I'm looking for this upsloping trend line, connecting your pivots going all the way back to Friday. And then your resistance lies here. So again, I think the downside target in nat gas today is basically between 234 and 230. Believe it or not. I'm looking at fading the market off the open. I think the S&P is coming up into some really big daily chart resistance. Same thing with the Qs and the Russell. You can see the S&P is now trying to attack this parallel channel. Pivot to pivot to pivot. Big breakdown bar. You're retesting that zone. You also have this upsloping trend line of resistance that you're now into. So I think that the S&P off the open is a fading opportunity. It is gapping up. Yeah, Intel's still looking strong at the moment. It's trying to press here for 30.36. If Intel can get above the 38 pivot high, then yeah, I might want to attack that gap fill today. So we'll certainly pay close attention to that. Let's look at the QQQ. QQQ also set to gap up today, trying to break through its resistance. Obviously, if it manages to hold above these high pivots, then we're looking at a move potentially to that gap fill, which is sitting at 445.36. So I think if we get back below these pivots, it's an all-out short in the Qs. So back below this pivot high, I even like the fading opportunity, but back below the Qs, this high pivot is 441.97. So you get back below 441.97, I think it's an all-out short in this market. But the S&P is definitely into some really sizable resistance here. So I will be looking at fading it in and around this region. Good morning all. Yep. Adobe strong today. Oil's trying to stay green on the session. Nat gas slightly negative. Potentially, Ram. You have to see how it opens. You have NVDA trying to press above 900 today. NVIDIA is at a key inflection point because it's back testing its little previous breakdown wedge. You can see this wedge pattern that NVIDIA is really chopped in. And it's now retesting this wedge pattern off of a gap up. So this is kind of what's going to make or break the market. Does NVIDIA get rejected here? Or does it recapture its little bearish trend formation? Yeah, I like socks. You know, on a Friday, the VIX typically has that tendency to get crushed, so I would rather go with something that has less of a high probability of getting crushed on a Friday. I'd go with SOXS on a short. I would also look at maybe SDS or QID. That's the Nasdaq, but I'm looking at either the Russell short or the S&P as the primary. Semiconductors are mixed because NVIDIA is strong right now, so I mean you may have a little bit more relative strength in semiconductors today, so just be mindful with SOXS, but definitely S&P is looking like it's into more resistance. Bitcoin's starting to see some sellers in this region. Gold's still holding strong. Alright guys, markets are set to open here. So I'm looking at S&P short, guys. S&P short off of the open. I'll let you know when I get filled. Anything in this 521, 522 range, 521.90 gets me extremely interested in a SPY short. I'm already short Nat gas via KOLD. Looking for a profit target above 60, 80 on Nat gas or KOLD. Alright guys, markets are open. Markets are open. Alright guys, I'm going to take a long on the SOXS. A long on the SOXS here at 3309. 3309, this is a starter position. Nat gas still coming in. Again, I still think Nat gas will retest the lows of the session. Alright, markets are still pushing. QQQ. Microsoft seeing a reversal. NVIDIA still strong on the session at the moment. Apple seeing some downside. The Qs are still trying to hold on to their gains. positive price action so far in the equity markets. Things are holding steady. Let's look at the SOXS going down to the low of day. You can see the QQQ pushing back up, S&P. Alright guys, I'm going to start accumulating a short on the S&P here. 521.67. I'm now short the S&P. This is a starter position. Next add level is going to be at 522.26. Alright, I just added to my SOXS, guys. 32.72. $32.72. So that's our second entry on the short side. My average is sitting at 32.92. You're still seeing the Qs pushing up, new high. Semis are still strong. Nat gas still struggling here, guys. Qs are still trying to push. NVDA is strong. Microsoft ripping here. Meta's ripping. Apple struggling. Tesla struggling. Still seeing strength in the semis. Nat gas coming in. Oil's still looking to remain strong. Adobe's looking for a nice technical bounce. Humana's strong. Biogen's still strong. Google's really struggling here, down 1.28%. Nat gas really starting to come in, guys, so that KOLD. Again, we're still holding that KOLD from yesterday at 59.10. Look at the S&P, that's still coming in. Again, next add level is at 522.26 on the S&P. Alright, SOXS is at double bottom now. QQQ pushing back up to pre-market high. Qs are still unbelievably strong at the moment. Alright guys, get ready. I just added to my S&P here. I did just add to my S&P short 522.22. That's the second entry. Nat gas really coming in. My average is now 521.99 on the S&P. Alright guys, I just took a bit of profits on nat gas. I sold half the KOLD position here, and I'm still going to ride the other half. Again, I sold half the position. Took some profits on KOLD at 60.14, and I'm still riding the other half of the position from 59.10 from yesterday. Our S&P is now starting to work out a little bit here. Let's see if we get this to roll over at all. Let's look at the SOXS now. That's still weak on the session. Again, next add level will be our third entry. It's basically 32.36. We are still seeing the markets acting very reasonably well here. NVDA at 905. Huge pop on QQQ, yep. Huge pop on QQQ. VIX is still technically green today, guys. VIX is green. Tesla struggling. Microsoft strong. NVDA strong. Apple weak. Google weak. Meta mixed. Amazon mixed. So net, we are still seeing the semiconductors strong across the board. Nat gas slightly weak. Adobe strong. Tesla still negative. SMCI is ripping. QQQ going for a new high. It's trying to get above its high of day. S&P just made a new high there. Next ad level on my S&P short is going to be 522.75. That's the third entry. And then 523.20. And again, we have two more entries on the SOXS. Next one's at 32.36 and then 32.05. Okay? So just trying to accumulate shorts in and around this range. I do think the markets will likely pull back and give back some of these gains. Just things are still looking very strong through Microsoft and NVIDIA. They are leading the charge. Nat gas still struggling here a touch. Tesla's at the lows. Microsoft at the highs. Google's trying to catch a little bit of a bounce here, but still seeing some weakness. Meta again trying to hold on to its positive gains, but still struggling in this region. Alright, guys, high risk trade. I'm going to take a 520 put on the SPY. Just got filled at 28 cents. 520 put on the SPY. Just got filled at 28 cents. So right now we're just accumulating shorts, taking already a bit of profit on nat gas. Still accumulating an S&P 500 common share short, a SPY put, 520 put, as well as an SOXS long. Semiconductor bear ETF trying to bounce a little bit. Still really struggling here in this region. QQQ trying to make another high, so is the S&P. NVIDIA is still very strong. Meta is trying to firm up. Apple's still struggling here. The Russell 2000 getting faded a touch here. S&P again making new highs. And they're still pumping things here. QQQ accelerating. Qs are trying to go for its little gap fill, looks like. Semiconductor bear ETF going for the low of day as the Qs make a high of day. Things are still strong here across the board. No real sell side pressure at the moment. Guys, nat gas going lower here. So at KOLD we're still riding. Yeah, that was a starter position, Bart. If you want to close it, you can, but in and around this range is likely an add level. I was actually looking at entering an alert right now. Markets are still acting well. S&P seeing a little bit of selling, nothing crazy though. Still seeing the markets trending here. Semiconductors are into our next add level, guys. SOXS is tagging our next add level here. Dollars at the lows, going negative on the session. I repeat, the Dixie's at the lows. Alright guys, S&P still seeing a little bit of selling. Semiconductor bear ETF catching a little bit of a bid now. Yeah, Mullen's a tricky one. NVIDIA's still at the highs. Microsoft's coming in a touch. Let's see if the markets want to hold the majority of their gains. At the moment, they're holding up pretty well, but you have the Russell actually coming in here. The Russell 2000 is almost negative on the session. Tesla's still down 1% while the market's strong. You have Google, Amazon negative. A lot of red starting to appear on the screen, although you still have a lot of strength in the market. There is some red starting to appear on the screen. Nat gas going lower, testing 238. Copper, another day where copper is just ripping up 1.24%. That's more inflationary. Again, you have utilities and XLY negative, so those sectors are starting to weigh on things. 10-year yield still at 0.74%. Nat gas down 1.28. Mara down 6. MicroStrategy slightly negative. Bitcoin slightly negative. Canopy Growth, Aurora, they're negative. Markets are still staying strong in this region. Semiconductors are still trying to go lower. NVIDIA is now at 912, up 2.8% and ripping. Wow. NVIDIA is just a monster today. NVIDIA is single-handedly lifting the semis. I just added to my SOXS here, guys, at 32.36. That's the third entry. My average is now sitting at 32.67. I repeat, 32.67. think NVIDIA is entering a good risk to reward on the short side here. It's gone a little extended intraday off the open. 10-minute RSI extremely overbought. All right, final entry on semis is down here, 32.05. Okay, Amazon catching a bid, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla still weak, Meta's now curling down, Dixie still at the lows, Russell's still hanging on slightly positive, but looking like it wants to go negative. Again, the S&P is into some major resistance here, but it's still managing to try to push higher here. Quite extraordinary. SOXS filled 1K shares at 32.37. Nice job, Chris. So you have a better average than I do. Intel's ripping. NVIDIA's still ripping. Nat Gas trying to bounce in this region. Semis are still phenomenally strong. I mean, you look at NVIDIA, this is the power of NVIDIA. So it's like, now is NVIDIA going to push for its gap fill? That's pretty crazy. S&P new high. Semiconductor ETF is just flying here. Still no sell side pressure yet in the market. Still have NVIDIA ripping, Apple selling, Google's catching a bid, Amazon's catching a bid, Tesla's trying to firm up. Dollar's still getting absolutely annihilated here. The Dixie's just free falling here. Losing this key 1 hour trend line of support is not a good sign in the near term. We'll see if it can get above there and recapture. But as of now, it is under a lot of pressure. Members, we just took profits on our Intel swing from yesterday. We swung a $31 call on Intel, which we just pulled profits on. Still holding common shares. SOXS, a nice bounce in SOXS. We are seeing the markets coming down a touch here. Still riding an S&P short, SPY put, as well as a SOXS long, as well as we took profits on a half nat gas position on the short side. Still think this market could potentially roll over to the negative side. We're definitely a bit extended along in the tooth. Market gaps. The market gapped up. Let's see if it wants to crack. Markets are still really strong on the back of NVDA. Yep, Intel's flying, and that's an oversold dead cat bounce. You know, do I think there's more upside in Intel? Yes, but obviously it's still a market stock. It trades with the market, so I'm expecting a bit of downside to hit these indices today. Again, it is a Friday, so they may want to keep trending it, but I'd be hard pressed to not think that there's a bit of profit taking. Guys, make sure you put a break-even stop loss at 59.10 on KOLD. So we took profits on half the position. I'm putting a break-even stop loss on KOLD at 59.10. I still think the upside measured move, there's two targets I'm looking for on KOLD. This 60.80 is target 1. Target 2 is 61.75, and then target 3 is your gap. Okay? But I'll put a break-even stop loss on that KOLD short because I don't want to let it go against me. No, I do not. So we're slightly down on both S&P and semi-short at the moment. Dollar's still weak on the session. Now we're seeing NVIDIA starting to come in to some sell-side pressure. I repeat, NVIDIA is starting to come into some sell-side pressure. That's why the semis are weakening here. Adobe, Intel seeing some more selling. Will the QQQ see any sellers here? We will find out. Mara, what are your thoughts? Don't touch it. I still think that Bitcoin's at some 20-day resistance here. I'm actually still leaning for a move down, even though Bitcoin's looking like it wants to push up and consolidating here. I still think that crypto is staging for a bit more of a decline. The dollar's been going through a bit of a distribution phase, which is why the indices have also helped. Why Bitcoin saw a nice reversal yesterday, but I'm in the camp that these markets and crypto see a bit of downside. Again, obviously anything can change if we get a breakout above the key level, but if we look at Mara down today, this one could be forming an inverse head and shoulders on the daily. That's the only bullish pattern that I could see. You have a low, higher low, potential higher low. So I mean, if this shapes up to be a right shoulder, then you need to watch for this break of Mara. You could probably bottom pick it here. I think as long as you stay inside of this green impulse bar on Mara, you could play it on the long side and just use that as your stop loss. So around 1840 or 1830. The low of this candle is sitting at 1823. So I think 1823 would be a pretty wise stop loss if you were to trade that on the long side. Ram says he has $20 puts on Mara already swung trade. Nice. So yeah, those are in the money. I would just protect that and not let it go against you. If we look at Bitcoin today, Bitcoin's very similar chart pattern to Mara, trying to trigger a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders potential. Adobe still coming down a touch. Apple's at the lows. Tesla's getting a really nice bid. Meta coming in a touch here. Semiconductors still at the lows here. Again, next ad is around 32.05. Anything around 32.05 to 32 is where I'll add to the position. Seeing Adobe struggling in this region. Markets are still holding up okay though. If 15-minute does not confirm by 10, I'm looking for an exit on SOXS. Okay, thanks Chris, appreciate that. Dixie's still selling off at the lows, guys. The dollar is still selling off at the lows. Microsoft still holding steady. Meta's still acting okay. Small caps have bounced, but small caps are relatively weak. QQQ just trying to consolidate here in this range. Bitcoin's starting to see a bit of selling, trying to get rejected at 63K. Bitcoin is negative. Yeah, Mullen's a little bit of a manipulated stock, definitely, I would say. Just be careful with this one. Typically when it has its big moves, you know, they don't often last. And what I'm not liking is you had your initial big move up, sell off, another attempt at breaking out, rejection. This appears to be failure. Mullen's a tough one. I mean, could it break out? Yes, but could it head right back down to the lows? Very easily it could. Very easily it could. So it's a tough name right now. Tough name. It seems that a lot of the people are chasing here are just going to get sold into on Mullen. You only get very short windows to play that trade. Alright, S&P, a pretty sizable decline there, guys. This is what we're waiting for. This is what we're waiting for. This is what we're waiting for. Here we go. Come on, dump it hard. Dump it hard. Come on. So we're riding SOXS on the long side. We're riding a SPY put and common shares short on the SPY. So I still think that these indices can go negative. You have the Russell going negative. The IWM has rolled over. Lotto play of the day. For this SPY 520 put is a pretty big lotto. Only at 28 cents. You know, QQQ. I think if you're looking at a lotto play on the downside, the Russell's the weakest indice. We're looking at maybe a 204 put on the IWM, but even this 520 is acting like a lotto on the S&P. If you want to go a little bit more aggressive, 519 put on the SPY, you could trade that if you want. Our SPY puts are now starting to print, guys, so we're in the green now on our SPY put as well as our SPY short. This is starting to print for us really nicely. Again, we're up 10 cents a con on our SPY 520 put. We're now green on our SOXS. Look at this printing action, guys. Look at this dump. Come on, keep going. Keep going down. I'm still riding both the SPY short, the SOXS, and the SPY put, which are up about 11 cents now. That was a nice decline on the S&P. Likely means there's going to be more. And again, what really came out is probably some 10 a.m. data that just came out. Not really. I'll have to double check to see what data did come out. Oh yeah, the inflation expectations, the 5-year inflation expectations coming in a little bit hotter. So Michigan 1-year expectations was 3.5%, consensus was 3.2. The 5-year inflation expectations come in also hotter. So both the 1-year and 5-year inflation expectations come in hotter. Right now that has briefly hit the dollar a little bit. It's caused it to push up. But inflation expectations remain elevated. Come in hot. This market could go from green to red, guys. This market, inflation is the narrative still. Inflation is the narrative. And the inflation expectations both in the 1-year and 5-year have both come in hotter today. Alright, so still riding these shorts. Looking for more downside though. Let's see if the QQQ and S&P want to go negative like the Russell. The Russell's now down 0.32%. Bitcoin saw a little bit of a dip there, but now the indices are trying to catch a bit of a bid. Markets are trying to catch a rally here. Bouncing off support. Amazon curling down. Meta's gone slightly negative. Apple's trying to put in a reversal. ARM just hit 110. Yeah, that's insane. ARM's crazy. What a reversal. And that's what a low float name can do for you. Right? It has a tendency to make exogenous moves both directions. You have Google trying to firm up here. NVIDIA's still trying to catch a bid. QQQ's tapping pre-market high right now, 443.28. Seeing a little bit of sellers and rejection at the moment. You can see SOXS still trying to pop a little bit here. Tesla's looking stronger. Meta's trying to move higher. QQQ pushing right back up at the S&P. Big spike there in the Qs. 1 minute chart. Really sizable spike. Adobe's getting faded. I'm seeing Amazon looking a little weak. Microsoft's pulling in still. Apple's trying to reverse. NVIDIA's at 907. Bitcoin's trying to recapture 63, which it just briefly did. Oh, always after earnings, Bart, you want to close those. Whenever you take a lotto play on earnings, you usually just want to close them the next day. Those took a loss. Alright, still waiting on the S&P. Did see a big red bar down. We're still trading inside of that red bar at the moment. I still think that the indices can and likely will see some more downward pressure. You have the Dixie sitting right at hourly chart support. It tried having a big breakdown past this neckline, and go figure, inflation expectations come out. Now trying to keep the dollar right at its technical support. So we'll see if that starts to play out. You still see the semiconductor bear ETF is trying to move up. You have NVIDIA curling a little bit lower at the moment. Intel is obviously sold into. Nat gas still down slightly on the session, down about 1%. Oil is starting to come in a touch here. Equities are still relatively strong at the moment. You have the Qs and S&P green, but the Russell's rolled over. Russell's down 0.3. Apple's negative. Bitcoin's negative. Meta's negative. Google's negative. Amazon's negative. NVIDIA's up 2%. Our semiconductor just went green, guys. Our SOXS just went green. Still holding our SOX long, our SPY put, and our SPY short, guys. Come on down, SPY. Our SPY put is still up about 7 cents, but I'm looking for more. I'm looking to be a bit greedy in this range. The market does have the ability to potentially gap and crack. Still 21 minutes left in the hourly candle, and we're trying to appear to put in a bit of an hourly topping tail here. Still needs more time. Obviously, you can see the daily chart of the S&P hitting major resistance, as well as on the hourly chart. You're well above this key trend line. So I do think that you're probably going to make an attempt at trying to get back below that key trend. As of now, the S&P is still holding steady. Still holding steady. SOXS, NVIDIA is starting to get sold into even more now, which is why the SOXS is starting to see some buyers. Dollars trying to catch a bid. Lower price action in Meta. TC short GS for a swing trade. Let's look at GS. Is that Goldman Sachs? Yep, Goldman Sachs. Up 0.43%. Wow. Wow. What a chart. Let's just erase everything here. What a chart. Let me just see this trend line. Alright guys, I'm going to short GS here. Yes, short GS. Short GS 457.51. 457.51. Thank you for that find. I like it as a swing trade and as a day trade. 457.51. I'm in. This is a swing trade zone, guys. This is a swing trade zone. Good find. Really good find. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. 457.51. This is a starter position on the short side. I'm accumulating a swing on this name. That's a good find. Alright, still riding the semiconductor. SOXS. Still riding nat gas short. And then we're also riding the SPY put. So Goldman Sachs, thank you Mindfulness Meditation. I do like that setup. Massive multi-year trend line. I just quickly did it because I saw that trend line and that's enough of a trade for me. You hit a massive technical level like that and you should see it pull back. Alright, if the S&P loses this key zone, which we're melting away right now, SOX is nicely in the money, guys. SOX is in the money for us. Beautiful to see. Dixie's ripping here, guys. SPY's falling. So again, we're printing on all three trades now, guys. We are printing on all three trades. If you want to take some profits on your SPY put, we're up 11-12 cents a con. I'm still holding though. I want to see this break this key area. The Russell's gone negative. That's seeing a huge hourly engulfing candle to the downside. QQQ getting sold into now. A lot of sell side pressure. Here we go, guys. These contracts are now printing hard. They are printing really hard at the moment. Alright, I just sold half of my contracts, guys, at 43 cents. 43 cents. I sold half of my contracts, and I'm going to ride the rest. Beautiful trade there. And I just trimmed a bit of my socks. Great trade there, guys. Great trade. Trimmed half the socks, trimmed half my SPY put, still holding common shares short on SPY, common shares long on this SOXS. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trades, guys. Beautiful trades. Again, please hit that like button, share. We've already closed some bangers already on the stream. And that was a tremendous little trade. A tremendous little trade, guys. We banked over 55% on the first half of that SPY position. And we're still riding the other half runners, because the SPY is looking like it wants to go negative here. I do see that potential. Beautiful little trade, guys. Beautiful. Indices are trying to bounce. Would you see SoFi, please? Let's look at SoFi. Yeah, SoFi under a bit of pressure today, down 1%, hanging on to a key trend line here. You break this trend line, it's all bearish for SoFi. I'm not really liking this chart setup. This is actually more of a short setup in my opinion. Even though you are holding support, this is very brittle. It's looking very, very brittle in this region. SPY's trying to get a bounce here. Guys, I'm going to put a $32.9 stop on my SPY, 32.9 on my SOXS, in the money stop on SOXS, 32.9. I'm putting an in the money stop on this SOXS position. Still riding the SPY put, going for another low of day there. Intel getting sold into. Bitcoin breaking down, guys. Bitcoin's breaking down really hard here. BTC is seeing some heavy sell side pressure. This is what we were just discussing, how we were leaning more bearish on Bitcoin. Take a look at that big breakdown on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's likely going to, again, I still have a target on Bitcoin of about 55,000. But as of now, there's a lot of people trying to front run a inverse head and shoulders pattern that's developing on the daily. The positive is that you did get an engulfing candle yesterday, but I still think that you could see a little bit more downside. Alright, SPY's trying to get a bid off this zone. Guys, I'm just going to put a break-even stop loss on my SPY put so that my average is at 28 cents a contract. I do not want to let that go against me. I repeat, I do not want to let that SPY put go against me at 28 cents a contract. And we have an in-the-money stop on this SOXS position. So the trades right now are risk-free. SOX gap fill at 34 and 37.30. 30-minute candle. This is a hold to 40 in my opinion. Yeah, it's a potential hold to 40. You know, the only thing that I'm not liking right now is the fact that you still have some semiconductor components like Intel that have a decent size weighting in the SOX that are oversold. You know, obviously NVDA, people are still trying to front run a strong earnings report. NVIDIA has broken out on the daily chart of an inverse, but seeing a bit of distribution in this range. Semis are still not an all-out flat short at the moment, although we are accumulating. They're still a very tough sector to try to time because you just don't know what's going to happen. Look at this Dixie rip, guys. Look at this Dixie reversal. That's a V-shaped recovery on the Dixie. Expect more downside in the market. I'm expecting more downside in the market just with that rip in the Dixie alone. Hourly bottoming tail forming on the SOXS. SPY still hanging on to majority of its gains. Nat gas, what appears to be putting in potentially some bearish consolidation. I do think that there's going to be one more flush today lower in nat gas. Bitcoin really dumping harder here, guys. Crypto coming under pressure. SPY is still weak on the session, trying to come in a little bit. One second, guys. I have a phone call. SPY coming down. New lows, guys. Those puts are still printing. Those puts are still printing, guys. 440 put on the Qs. Maybe might happen today based off of the sell side. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Beautiful little decline. Our contracts are now almost at 56 cents. They will be a double on the SPY put. At 56 cents, they will be a double. So we're about 10 cents away from locking in 100% on the SPY put. Still riding SOXS. Everything is getting faded here. Bitcoin dumping really hard now. It's down 1.19% on the session. So Bitcoin's really seeing some heavy sellers along with the market at this point. So IWM is now down sharply there, guys. Those contracts just bumped up all the way to 50 cents. I just sold another half of the contracts, the SPY put, at 52 cents, guys. So I have 10 contracts left. I've already pulled 30 off of the table. Look at this. This is going to double, guys. All right, I have 10 runners left on the SPY. We've already pulled off of this trade 64%. Thank you very much. If you're interested in taking profits on the semis, by all means, it's probably a smart risk to reward ratio. I'm going to move my stop loss up on the semiconductor bear ETF here. I'm going to move it to a 33.08 stop loss. So I'm locking in more gains. SPY is going for a new low. SPY is going for a new low here, guys. Come on. This is beautiful. This is beautiful, guys. We are printing today. We are printing today, guys. Great job trading today, guys. What did we tell you? Off the open, fade this market, and that has acted extremely well. All right, guys, contracts are almost doubled here. 55 cents was the high on my contract here. That was almost 100% trade. Contracts are now sitting at 54 cents. Come on, SPY, give another dump. Can they take this market negative? The S&P and Qs are slightly green. Russell's down 0.5% already. They are dropping this market hot right now. EMA 113 should be some decent support, guys. All right, guys. Again, so we're still just holding an in-the-money stop on the SOXS at 33.08. We've taken the majority of our position off of the SPY 520 put, and I'm still riding 10 runners with a break-even stop loss at 28 cents a con. The trade is risk-free, so just manage that accordingly, please and thanks. So as of now, the market, you can really see how we've been stressing members. You know, each and every night, members, we've been discussing in our daily analysis video that the market is oscillating. And what is the market oscillating between? It is oscillating between lower disinflationary trends and higher inflationary trends. Market gapped up today, opened really strong, and then what has caused the market to now sell off and what appears to be potentially a downtrending session? What caused this market sell-off? Right here at 10 a.m. Inflation expectations, the Michigan inflation expectations on the 1-year and 5-year comes in hot. Boom, market doesn't like that. So again, we've been over the last 2 weeks as oils progress lower, yields have softened, dollar softened. Now we're seeing inflation expectations having to adjust again. Yields today bouncing, dollar today bouncing, equity markets getting sold into. So this is what I mean by the market is oscillating between disinflationary trends and inflationary trends. We're still well above the 2% target. You know, even if you were to use a 3% target and bump up the 2% target that the Fed has, you're still well above that. So I mean, this is the scenario where the markets are vulnerable as long as we still trade above higher inflation expectations on a month-over-month basis. The equity markets could still see choppiness. So it's been a stellar session here for us already, guys. It's been a stellar session. Alright, S&P still struggling here. S&P still really struggling. You can see the semiconductor bear ETF almost stopped us out, but still holding. That's the power of sometimes having the right stop in the right place. Look at the SPY coming back down, guys. These puts are still printing. Again, 520s, will they get in the money? There's a strong chance they could. I repeat, there's a strong chance they could. Remember, we're also still holding our nat gas short. And look what appears to be trying to roll over a little bit. This is definitely a little bit of a bear flag forming on the nat gas chart. Can arguably even say we're potentially putting in a head and shoulders pattern on nat gas chart. If this were to break, you're seeing a pretty big downward move today. Again, this downside pattern suggests that nat gas could retest all the way down to 230. That could happen today. If we break this little neckline, nat gas is due for a bit of a fall here. S&P going lower, guys. The S&P is starting to go lower. Can the equity markets go red? Can the equity markets go red? Yeah, can you guys hear me? Sound check, sound check. Bit of a bull flag forming on CGC, 15-minute retrace. Just be careful with this market. We're going through a bit of a sell side phase. S&P is looking like it's going lower. I don't like this canopy chart. I would not be going long canopy. Not when the S&P is into this resistance. Not when the Russell's breaking down here. You look at our SOXS, guys. I'm now going to adjust my stop loss on SOXS, guys. I am going to adjust my stop loss. If we push a little bit higher. Still watching that closely. Perfect. Thanks, guys. Tesla at the low, guys. Tesla's at the lows. Tesla gap fills interesting, guys, for a long setup. S&P going lower, guys. I like Tesla for a long trade setup into this gap fill. I do like Tesla for a potential long setup, guys, right into that gap fill. Let me just see if there's any fib levels coming up on Tesla from that high to low. Yeah, that's a brilliant level, guys. Look at this. So you have your gap fill. Appears to that gap fill is right at that 50% retrace. I like it a lot. Look at the S&P sell, guys. Those puts are printing. Yes. Look at that, guys. Yes. All right, guys. I just closed all of my puts at 63 cents. 63 cents a con. Rode it from 28 cents to 63 cents. Beautiful, beautiful job. Now we can look to start positioning ourselves on the long side of the market. I just sold all of my semiconductor bear ETF here at 33.43. I'm all out. I'm all out now of the semis. Let's see Nat Gas right now. So wonderful, wonderful job. That is 3 for 3 on the session there. Again, I'm watching Tesla for a long setup at gap fill. So keep that 168 level ready. I do like it. I do like it. Adobe going lower. That keeps giving it up. Look at the Dixie, guys. My oh my. How the market changes off of inflation. That's insane. Bitcoin getting demolished at the moment, guys. BTC is getting hammered at the moment. Russell 2000 is at the lows. Nat Gas still struggling in this region. Markets have almost gone red. A full round trip. QQQ S&P going lower now, guys. Look at that, new lows on the market. New lows in the market. Whoops. I don't know why I keep... What a trade, guys. What a trade. S&P's trying to go even lower now at the moment. Alright, we could get a minor bounce coming very shortly. Tesla's coming up into its gap. I do like the SOXL as a potential bounce. Semis are still green. I do like the SOXL as a bounce here. I think the market could try to retest its neckline on the S&P. Look at the bounce coming in. Dollar seeing a little bit of sell side. Bitcoin still selling pretty heavy here. 875 long on NVDA. Yeah, that would work out. If you flushed into 875, that's definitely a long trade, I think. Still seeing semis being sold into here. Bitcoin still weak on the session. Ethereum's getting hammered to the downside. Crypto still under pressure in the near term. Nat gas still holding steady. A little bit more red on the screen now in the markets, although you still have strength in healthcare, utilities. You can see the SOXL's trying to bounce here. There's a scenario where we could try to retest at least this 4108 level, sorry, 4103. That's your minimum retrace. We could bounce in the market and then go lower. That's kind of what I'm expecting, is a near-term bounce here and then a potential to roll over. But the infamous gap and crack has been observed. The infamous gap and crack. Nat gas is trying to push up a touch here. Oil still trading at 79 a barrel. Big bounce in the equity markets coming in. Big bounce in the equity markets. Dollar right now at 105.30. You have the VIX slightly green on a Friday. That's not your typical character change for the market. The VIX green is not what you usually see. Still seeing the indices trying to bounce. Amazon's still struggling here. Bitcoin's still struggling. Bitcoin's now down 1.74%. Names like Ethereum are getting trounced. That's down 2.17. Solana down 1.86 and falling sharply. Alright, it does appear the markets are trying to come down for another wave of selling. They're just trying to rip the band-aid off quickly here. Wow, what sell side pressure, guys. Be careful, this could be nasty. This could be very, very nasty. I'm still looking at Tesla on the long side, guys. I do like Tesla on the long side. We are approaching some really, really good support off of that gap fill. Nice oversold condition. A little bit of a divergence occurring in Tesla. So we'll keep Tesla on watch, as well as these semis. Oil getting hit. XOM still standing firm at the moment. Semis are getting a bounce here. Tesla's still selling. Apple's still selling. Apple's down 0.83%. Big bounce on the semiconductor, long. Really big bounce in the semis. Bear ETF getting sold into a touch here. Let's see if the market wants to trend a bit lower. I do think we're going to head lower. It's just a matter of, do we consolidate So again, it's been a nice morning for us. I think I'm just going to take it easy for the rest of the day. Not really get into anything crazy unless the opportunity presents itself. Still looking at Tesla. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Alright guys, really big bounce in the equity markets being observed. You can see the SOXL. Now, the big question is, are we going to get any sort of a retrace at all? Lower? I still think that the S&P can go a little bit lower, although we are getting a sizable bid. Apple's still struggling. Really, this is just a semiconductor bounce that is being observed. Alright guys, I just took another stab at the semiconductor bear ETF 3318 starter position, 3318 on the SOXS, 3318 starter position on the SOXS. I'll accumulate more all the way to about 33 here on the charts. And if we start losing this impulse green candle right here on the 2-minute chart, I will look to stop out. But I'm long SOXS again, now accumulating a bit of a short. This is just the starter position. I'll only add one more time around this 32.98, and that's kind of my stop loss on the trade. All right. Semis are going a little bit lower on the bear side. Seeing the markets trying to bounce. Intel catching a nice bid. Sox long catching a really big bid. NVDA still trying to push. Tesla trying to bounce. A lot of red still on the screen. Crypto week. 10-year yield has been quietly moving up all day. So the 10-year yield still applying pressure to the indices. It seems that the markets get faded every time these 10-year yields start to press up a little bit. Still seeing some strength across the board in the equity markets. You do have both Dow components green, materials green, financials, industrials, XLK, staples, healthcare all green on the session. That Goldman Sachs chart that Mindfulness Meditation put up, that's already starting to work out well. Already slightly green on that name. Again, this GS chart, Goldman Sachs, you should thank, who was it? I think it was Mindfulness Meditation. Look at this trend line on GS going all the way back to 2007. So your GFC high pivot to your high pivot in 2021, that is a sublime chart setup. That is sublime. You don't find that setup often. Yeah, that's a beautiful, beautiful setup. Actually going to take a picture of that. That's so good. And make a post. Alright guys, so we're still riding this SOXS long. We re-entered after we took profits. We're now back in on the long side and it is starting to move up as the S&P's falling. Alright guys, semiconductor bear ETF catching a nice bid here. Really big bid as the market is selling off a little bit more. Can the QQQ go red? Can semis go green? That's what I'm potentially waiting for. Alright, so we are starting to see the S&P trying to bounce here, shaping up to create a little inverse head and shoulders potential in the 1 minute, but still a lot of chop and slop. I still think that the Dixies had a bullish reversal, likely going to make a move higher here. But the equity markets did have a really sizable sell-off, which we caught. can. She can stay. She's chilling. All right, crypto really seeing some sell side pressure in the Bitcoin space. Take a look at this BTC chart, guys. It's absolutely getting pummeled right now. Look at that fall on Bitcoin. That's a nasty reversal. If this engulfs a bullish engulfing candle, Bitcoin's going to 55K. So it's not a good sign for Bitcoin in the near term. You have Ethereum trading under 3,000. That one's getting walloped. Yep, Bitcoin's getting walloped. Look at that chart on Bitcoin. That's a hard sell program on Bitcoin. That's a hard sell program. I mean, you are coming up into some support trend lines here on BTC. That's probably where you're heading to. But if you break that, not a good sign. Not a good sign in the Bitcoin space if you break that. We're coming in hard, guys. We are coming in hard in crypto. Still holding my SOXS. We're slightly green. QQQ trying to bounce. Oh. Got rid of all your Mara puts. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Bitcoin's still selling here, guys. BTC's still selling. You have the equity markets trying to stabilize on the semiconductor front, but Bitcoin's still seeing some heavy sell side pressure at the moment, falling pretty sharply. Huge decline. Huge decline, guys. Nice job. $20 puts at profit. We're still riding the semiconductor bear. We're seeing Bitcoin free falling here. Bitcoin is free falling now, down over 2.89%. You are coming up into some support though. This is some support on Bitcoin. Look at Bitcoin's free fall, guys. Wow, guys, crypto's capitulating here, guys. Crypto is capitulating. You can see the S&P going lower, really getting sold into. Semiconductor bear ETF is still performing for us. UVIX plunging. Yeah, that's a Friday, right? That's why I said stay away from the UVIX. because it was relatively historically weak on a Friday. So you always want to be mindful of that. Bitcoin's still struggling. All right, guys, S&P new lows. Our semiconductor ETF is flying now. All right, guys, I'm going to exit my semiconductor bear ETF here. And that is a wrap for me on the session. I think I'm all done for the day just because it's been a phenomenal day for us here in the live day trading room. Tesla's actually coming up into a really big support zone. That is the technical gap to buy as the S&P is hitting its technical gap. You have Tesla coming up into this area, down 2% on the session for Tesla. This is the long entry on Tesla, guys. I'm going to take a small stab at it here. 168.18 I got filled at 168.18. I'll add only one more time to the Tesla trade, which would be basically 167.68. So I'm taking a long on Tesla here, a stab at it into this gap fill. Oversold, bearish divergence, but the markets are weak, so this is a high risk trade. Tesla's still struggling here in this region. Tesla's trying to firm up here. Still a little bit of a bounce coming into the equity markets. Tesla's starting to catch a bit and move higher. Alright guys, so I'm still riding Tesla, 168.18. I'll add at 167.18. Sorry, 167.68. And other than that, still holding that KOLD, taking profits on a lot of positions today. I'm going to take a lunch break, so I'm going to go silent on the mic for a bit. If anything crazy happens, I'll be sure to jump back into the markets. Obviously, we did do a gap and crack. S&P briefly went negative. QQQ also went negative. Russell's still currently negative, and we are seeing the markets under a bit of pressure today. And this is on the back of higher inflation expectations. Dollars made a red to green reversal. Things are looking a little bit more grim. The S&P, believe it or not, could head all the way down to 518.80. Down here, QQQ could head all the way down to 438.60ish. Okay? Again, we're long Tesla, looking for these equity markets to bounce. Look at this little falling wedge pattern that Tesla's creating. Could suggest that there's a bit more downside in Tesla, so just understand that. We are creating this falling wedge on the 5-minute chart. Bull flag is negated on CGC. Yep. It is. I think this is this area where Bitcoin and crypto could get a small minor temporary bounce. Probably Bitcoin could retest 62,000 off this area. But ultimately, I mean, that's a pretty harsh sell side day on Bitcoin. Not what the bulls want to see in the near term. The Dixie's still trying to press a little bit here. Tesla's moving up for us. Good to see. Oil's starting to fall here. Dixie's still at the highs of the session. Procter & Gamble still doing well. Clorox trying to move higher. QQQ and S&P seeing more sellers. You can see Tesla's still trying to show some relative strength off these lows. It is trying to move up. Still seeing weakness creeping back into Microsoft. Amazon's at the lows. Bitcoin's still coming down a touch. Crypto's still under pressure. Nice relative strength in Tesla. This is on the back as the Qs are still falling. Seeing some downward pressure at the moment. So nice little relative strength in Tesla. That is good to see. Tesla's continuing to move higher here, guys. This is a good sign for our long position. Qs are looking to come lower. Alright guys, I'm just gonna put a break even on Tesla just in case we break this area on the Qs. I'm putting a break even stop on Tesla just in case we want to sell off more. QQQ basically back in yesterday's range. I think it's here. Oh no. And where it went?
It keeps getting moved and I keep
I don't know who. Alright, Tesla's still trying to stage a bit of a rally here. S&P also trying to move higher. Again, after a heavy sell-off off of a gap up and crack, you typically do get a retrace, but the thing is that if we start bearishly consolidating underneath this 236, which you can see for the last 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes we've been putting in a bear flag, this is setting up to go lower. As long as you stay under this first Fibonacci retrace zone, this is setting up for a bear flag. All this consolidation under this 236 is a bear flag in the making, okay? S&P is trying to move up a little bit. Bitcoin's still down sharply, trying to find some support here. Solana, Ethereum struggling. Goldman Sachs still coming in from that short zone. Big bounce trying to come into the S&P and the Qs. We're seeing Tesla still trying to hold this gap fill. Intel's trying to make a push higher. Oil's continuing to trickle lower here. Bitcoin's bouncing. Crypto's starting to get a bounce. Stocks like MSTR could stage a bit of a rally here. Tesla's still trying to make a move higher here. Alright guys, I just took a stab at MicroStrategy long at 12.10, long at 12.10.31, 12.10.31 long MicroStrategy. This is a high risk trade. I'm only going to use the low of day as a stop loss. Low of day on MSTR as a stop loss. Trying to catch a bit of a Bitcoin bounce potential. Still riding Tesla as well, and MSTR. MicroStrategy being sold into. Bitcoin still trying to bounce a little bit. quick update, guys. I'm moving stops up on Tesla. Stop loss is in place on Tesla. In the money stop. 168.72. I'm going to step away for a little bit. Hey guys, just a quick update on things. We are seeing the indices bouncing here back to 441.40. Obviously the QQQ and S&P did go negative. S&P is flat right now. Russell's actually down 0.82%. Bitcoin got demolished. Nat gas is seeing some downward pressure here, potentially breaking out of this bearish consolidation, looking to trigger maybe a head and shoulders. I still think crypto stocks can stage a bit of a bounce here. MicroStrategy, Coin, Mara, I think they can stage this bounce. I like MicroStrategy the best, the purest play to Bitcoin, as I'm seeing Bitcoin into a whole host of support here around that 60,700, 61K level. As of now, obviously off of a gap and crack, there's always some weakness when the markets lose their gap up and go negative. Obviously, you have semiconductors showing a bit of weakness, say alongside with Tesla. Keep on watch. Keep the semiconductors on watch, because if NVIDIA triggers this 10-minute bear flag, it could flush all the way into its 888 gap, which should push the QQQ lower. Again, I do have a downward target on the SPX of 5,200 today. And then obviously the QQQ, if it starts to break this head and shoulders pattern here, you have your left shoulder, you're carving out a potential right shoulder. This neckline is going to be important, because if you break this area, then it's a downward target to about 436. Don't know if that plays out today. I'm still riding runners on this nat gas short. Members know we're also accumulating a swing short in this, but I still think MicroStrategy can bounce. We'll see. Alright guys, I'm going to go silent on the mic here as I take a bit of a lunch break. Again, enjoy some more sunshine, screen time. But it was a very, very good session for us today. And I want to say thank you all for tuning in again. We crushed the S&P 500 at the open, the semiconductor bear ETF long the puts, and then we also found that Goldman Sachs trade. Thankful all credit to mindfulness meditation there. If it works out, we will send him a tip. If it works out, there's a full reimbursement from mindfulness meditation. Yeah, NVAC's up 124%. It was actually up over 200% in the pre-market on the back of potential buyout, and I think licensing something to do with one of their vaccines. But nevertheless, I can't chase price action that high. Look at nat gas starting to fall even more now. Again, if nat gas triggers this head and shoulders, downside target is 230, and the way the Widowmaker moves, it could actually hit this downside target today. If nat gas were to flush all the way into this 230 level today, I would take massive, I would sell my whole KOLD position. And that's on the swing trade side as well as the day trade side. Okay? So I've given you the up and downside targets, but again, watch out. This market is brittle. Small caps are saying we're brittle. Dollars saying we're brittle. Qs are obviously bouncing. But a harsh decline in in nat gas coming into the picture here. Really harsh decline. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for the opportunities that everyone brought forth. Mullen running, unbelievable. Yep, Chris, that one's going to try to rope and dope you every which way through Sunday. Probably has a move up to the 714, 715, where you have big resistance. You clear this pivot here on a 10-minute close, this thing's going to squeeze. Alright guys, on that note, thank you all again, and hopefully everyone was able to make money with us on the live stream today. Again, I know we were able to catch that S&P short, which we discussed off the open. Everyone should have been able to take that with us. Right now, NVIDIA could potentially be rolling over to go negative today, guys. You do have Microsoft still positive, Apple down 1.1, Meta, Google struggling, Amazon struggling. Then you have SMCI, slightly green, AMD's rolled over. So if we see more weakness creep into semis, that's going to be a problem for the market. Huge miss. That's okay, Chris. There'll be other opportunities. We will get other ones. This will not be the last time we trade Mullen. Unless it gets delisted, then it will be. Alright guys, we'll see you. Hopefully everyone enjoys their weekend. If anything crazy happens in the afternoon, I'll jump back on. But for now, I'm going to stay silent on the mic. And just be wary that this market is not out of the woodwork. It can see more downside, although it is getting short-term oversold in some individual names. Names like Tesla are trying to firm up. Names like Apple are a bit oversold. Names like Intel, Adobe could see a bid. Oil's fallen. No, those K-Web calls were closed. Those K-Web calls were calls were closed. Sorry, a bit of a tongue twister there. They were closed quite a while ago, Hassan. And that was a member alert trade that I issued. Big sell side pressure in the Qs there. Really big dump there in the Qs. Bitcoin still falling. Crypto still under pressure. Oh, and Bart asking, did I get stopped out of Lulu? No. I still have a position at 342.90 average. We sold half at 358. And the stop loss is at break even, so it hasn't stopped us out yet. The stop loss is at 342.90. So I have not stopped out. Look at this snack ass sell off, guys. It's now falling pretty precipitously. Down in the session nicely. 1.28% down. Still likely going to test the lows. K-Web, what did we make on K-Web? Let me just go back to this alert. So Hassan, on the K-Web calls, we sold them. We sold them April 26 for 120%. So that was a member alert. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, Bitcoin still going lower. MicroStrategy falling. Crypto under a lot of pressure today. Bitcoin currently down on the session 3.64% and falling. QQQ still coming down. Pretty big bounce coming into crypto here. Guys, nat gas is continuing to break down here. It's looking to test the low of day, potentially triggering this head and shoulders. We're still riding KOLD. We are still riding KOLD long and strong. The short on nat gas, okay? Long and strong, the short on nat gas. QQQ potentially forming a bit of a bear flag here. Looks like it wants to go lower, but nat gas is getting absolutely pummeled right now. Down in the session now, 1.65%. All right, guys, nat gas is testing the breakdown zone right now, right here, right now. It is testing the breakdown zone. QQQ's pressing here, trying to break higher. Nat gas potentially triggering a head and shoulders. It's definitely on watch for continuation weakness. Alright guys, so we're seeing the Qs push through here, trying to break out higher. QQQ is trying to break out of this little level. It is looking and appearing to do so. Tesla's looking a little bit stronger. I'm going to step away here, guys. It is 1 o'clock. Probably going to be away for the next couple hours, but I did start a little bit of a group chat there with you guys so that you can exchange messages. Just ask you to keep messages regarding stock news, charts, anything that can help make us money. Technical research, fundamental research, but it's been a pleasure trading with you all today on a Friday. One thing I'm watching to see whether or not the VIX creeps up at all into the Friday. You have the UVXY down, but the VIX is green. 10-year yield has been pressing all day long, so that does leave the indices still vulnerable. Remember, we faded the majority of the move. Oil at the moment has weakened. Nat gas is weakened, so two energies are potentially allowing the markets to shape up and bounce here as oil closes the week poorly. We are, I think, going to see those inflation expectations still dampen a little bit. Obviously, the Michigan inflation expectations came in hotter, which spooked the markets off of this sell-off. So let's see if the indices can start to break above this previous little high pivot zone. If you can stay above this high pivot at 442, then you're looking likely that you can actually start floating up into the end of the day. However, if you get rejected here, there's always a scenario where you can come back down to this neckline. Again, above 442, I think you can lean bullish for a trend day into the afternoon. Below this area, this is a short zone. Nat gas on watch for this head and shoulders. Again, we're still riding KOLD. We were banking on that trade, so everyone should have been able to catch that with us. KOLD. But it was a pretty good day for us here in the live trading room. And hopefully everyone can continue to scalp and make some money. But as of now, we're just looking at holding this KOLD. Again, this is a short range on the S&P at the moment, and you're seeing the dollar trying to bounce. So there is a scenario where you could see this market continue to break lower here. If I were to lean my sentiment one way, I would see more sell side pressure in this market. Again, a couple strong stocks in the market today. NVDA, Microsoft strong, Apple weak, Tesla weak, Meta, Google, Amazon weak. So it's not all sunshine and rainbows for the Qs. And you're really seeing XLY break down, utilities, real estate, energy, communications today weakening. Nat gas continuing to potentially go lower here in the grand scheme of things. And let's just keep trying to press this nat gas short, guys. This is still looking like a very troublesome chart at the moment. Again, I do have an intraday head and shoulders, and where I could see this retesting is this little upsloping trend line connecting your pivot lows right around this hourly EMA 113. That could even happen today. Alright guys, I'm going to step away. We'll see you a bit later. Cheers. So we're coming into a decent sell-off here into the market. The QQQ is looking to test this neckline. It's a big area. If we break this area, we could flush to 440. Hey everybody, welcome back to the last 25 minutes here. All right, jumping into the swing of things, Dixie slightly green, US 10-year up 1%, SPY, QQQ green, Russell negative. Russell's leading the downside charge, move by about 0.81%. So there's certainly some sell-side pressure on the back of higher inflationary expectations on the Russell 2000. You can see the IWM clearly trading at a key technical trend line here from this pivot at a pretty important inflection point. We have been floating and grinding up here on the IWM. Nat gas has continuously been weak. Oil's been faded, so that gives the market every reason to want to continue a positive rally on Friday, especially when you look at the liquidity that's being pushed into the VIX right now is obviously being sold into. So it's clearly a VIX crust Friday today, even with the weakness in the Russell. It's just pretty much been a downward trend for the VIX, making continuous low after low after low. At some point, you expect a bit of a dead cat bounce. Maybe that's next week with CPI approaching. I'm watching this key technical area on the UVXY. Pivot low to pivot low. So given the fact that the VIX still really isn't at any support, only just oversold, it likely means it can go lower, which supports a bit of higher price in the indices. The S&P today closing again right now, holding another important gap up level. This is yet again another bullish price action day on a technical basis. Even though you have some sectors seeing some weakness, there's still some strength in this market across a variety of the lagging sectors that haven't been performing. We're still pushing this nat gas short. In terms of day trade, it's prudent to take profits off if you're still riding that day trade from yesterday. And obviously today if you didn't get entered. But in terms of a swing trade, I'm still riding nat gas a little bit lower. I think that this head and shoulders target that is triggering today is giving us a bit of a chance to ride this bit of a sell-off. And this is what we want for the healthier trend of nat gas. I will be looking to play this one on the long side again. S&P is trying to consolidate here, push up. We just need to watch this sell-off. If you lose this impulse green candle in the S&P, so the low is sitting at 520.78, then that would be a bit of a technical failure. And this could result in a bit of a sell-off into the end of the session. But if you hold above that, this is extremely bullish. And you're continuing to put in a bit of a bottoming formation here that is looking to press higher. You saw crypto take a really big fall today. Gold still strong. Interesting to see silver getting faded. It's an interesting comment there by Ram. Ram saying QQQ 441 puts were forced closed at today by a loss in Robinhood just right now. So if we look at the QQQ, 441 puts were just closed. So I mean, imagine we get a flush to 441. That could likely happen as a lotto trade. 441 puts on the Qs would absolutely print here. Imagine 441 puts printed. That would be quite the observation if 441 puts were able to print into the close. So what's interesting about today's market session, if we look at things, really the indices were looking to press higher today off of the open. And they were charging higher, and then really at the 10 a.m. data, you can actually mark it on the QQQ 945, 950, 955, 10 a.m. That data came out. Inflation expectations, 1 year and 5 year, came in higher than expected. And you saw an instant increase in the US 10-year yield. So the US 10-year yield today obviously was hitting support. We're clearly chopping in this channel at the moment. And considering it is putting in higher highs and higher lows, you want to respect that in the near term. Typically when an asset is broken out of a little bit of a downtrend, you likely can and will see higher price from that particular ticker. And as of now, the 10-year yield is being defended at support. Nice little pattern off of the lows. You can clearly see as you're hitting it and the trend is increasing, you're continuing to see buyers off of that same technical support level. So as of now, respect that area. And what's interesting is inflation expectations have come out hotter this go around, and we're heading into PPI and CPI next week. So that's certainly going to be interesting. I think a lot of investors are expecting a cooler CPI because you've had oil decrease quite substantially. But as of now, oil still has priced in pretty much a higher April CPI, with its price action trading well into the 80s here, high 86, 87. Obviously it did collapse a little bit, but year over year it still is probably going to show a bit of an increase compared to its previous year over year comparison in April. As of now, if the CPI spikes, interest rates and CPI or PPI come in hotter, we're probably going to be looking for the 2-year yield to also move higher. And then we'll go over the downside support in the event that it actually collapses and inflation comes in easier, lighter. So overall, you still have this inverse head and shoulders on daily that's looking to continue. You simply back tested the flat top neckline of this pattern after you impulse breakout candle, consolidation, sell off. You've now back tested that area. So if the 2-year yield gets a bid off of CPI or PPI, you're going right back to the high end of this range and likely even going to test this previous channel. If you start to break down here, you're looking at a move right back down to about 4.62 on the 2-year yield. And if yields start to fall, obviously that's usually an aggressive buy for small caps, which right now are seeing a little bit of a downward consolidation pattern. So again, what's interesting is you have the near-term precipice for head and shoulders pattern developing on the daily chart of the Russell. If that pattern were to trigger, it likely means we get hotter CPI and PPI. However, if CPI and PPI come in cooler, you have this daily chart inverse head and shoulders that still gives us upside target to at least 210. And if those numbers come in cooler and interest rates fall, you're going to press to a little bit of a breakout range here. And your upside target is probably looking, well, we can just map it out with a simple trend line. Your upside target probably puts you into this 215, 216 range on the Russell 2000 if inflation narrative decreases. So there's a lot of different patterns showing up. There's obviously been a lot of accumulation. There's been a lot of interesting outperformance in some sectors, underperformance in other sectors. Earnings catalysts certainly threw interesting price action into the mix. But overall, the market is still hinging on what are we going to be doing for inflation. What would be the target price on KOLD? Well, I'm expecting nat gas to fall to about 230, 229, high 229, 230. If this little head and shoulders plays out on nat gas, you're going to have some support here at 233. So that's certainly not a bad area to trim. Obviously, that would be your first little Fibonacci retrace. But anywhere inside of this little trend line of support, 229, is probably a good cover. If you want to cover a little bit before, just to secure some profits, you can do that. First target trimming around 234 is wise. Next target 229, leave runners. If this corrects to where I think it's going to back test to, just to shake out a lot of people, a lot of late chasers. Nat gas has a tendency to shake out a lot of late chasers and punish people who chase. We've seen numerous examples of that. So if nat gas gets a retest to where I think it's going to be, it could fall all the way down to about 213 on the chart. 213 is my big back test level, which would give you a really healthy pullback in the chart. That would be basically a double-digit pullback in and around the range of 13%. And when you factor a lot of people play the levered ETFs, that gives you the ability to wipe out a lot of excess liquidity. Right now you're seeing the QQQ also trying to come into the close here with a little bit of sell side pressure, but it has been trying to march higher. It looks like it's in a distributive phase, a nice distribution pattern. Notice how the breakouts keep being sold into. Yes, you keep pushing higher and pushing higher, but the breakouts are getting less and less and less powerful, almost setting this up for a bit of a bear flag, but we'll see. Simultaneously, this could also just be a back test to your previous breakout trend line on the daily chart. Final 10 minutes here, guys. Final 10 minutes. TC, are you bullish or bearish on QQQ for the next week or so? Let's see how we close here. But looking at the NDX, just because I have less trend lines, I still think we get a pullback to create a little bit of a higher low and potentially a right shoulder. But as you can see, this little, if people are playing this bullish pattern, right now this is valid. This little left shoulder, this head, this right, this is valid. So that upside gives us a move to about 1880 on the QQQ. You know, it's a little bit different, but if you're playing that similar pattern on the Qs, your neckline would be here. It's quite a steep inverse, but this pattern technically has triggered and gives us a decent upside move from this neckline breakout. You know, you can see the QQQ to 454. So I mean, you have to be somewhat bullish with positions. You can't be net short to this market when you have a breakout pattern. But just in terms of an indice basis, if you look on the weekly chart, you're into this huge wide range red bar. Look how close we are. Right now it's on a knife edge, right? A weekly close above this high of this candle, you lean bullish. A weekly close below, you lean bearish. So right now it's literally on a knife edge in terms of what is going to transpire in this market. The high of this candle was 1460. What was that? Alright guys, so as I was saying, in terms of being bullish or bearish, a move above 442.15 is bullish, close above that is bearish because of that weekly chart resistance. This is a weekly candle close, 3 weeks up into a red bar. Naturally you should expect a sell-off, or at least some profits to be taken. But as of now, the volume has been so light in the indices. I mean, look at this, it seems that the summer doldrums have already entered the market. And when you have this type of volume for back-to-back days, the market can have really wild swings, both to the upside and the downside, but historically and statistically, with lower volume, you have a higher chance of grinding higher and pressing higher. And especially when you look at the VIX has been sold into today, the VIX Crush Friday. You know, maybe the VIX could have caught a little bit of a bid with the Russell being weak, but as of now, it is being sold into. But if I had to lean one way, I expect a bit of a sell-off next week. But just remember, we're still in a pretty strong bull market, and this is the next test of the market where, you know, we were grinding higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. This was our biggest pullback that we had into a key moving average, the MA 113. So are we going to enter a phase like this, or was that the correction and we just keep charging higher? So if we make a higher high too, that supports more bullish price action. But right now we're technically above that 442.15 zone on the Qs with the final 3 minutes in the market session. Final 3 minutes in the market session. Have had a crypto had a little bit of a bounce. The Dixie's at 105.27. You're continuously seeing some buying pressure, and that's the lighter volume. We are picking up volume here late into the close, but that's always the case. Into the final 2 minutes here of the bell. NVDA got a nice pump. So to summarize things, US 10-year yield up about 1%, QQQ up 0.3, SPY up 0.2, Russell down 0.7. Another day where you have the S&P and the Qs green, but Apple negative. AMD, SMCI, Tesla negative. Tesla down 1.9. You look at Meta slightly green, closing up 0.2%. Google down 0.74. Amazon down 1. You have the regional banks closing just slightly green, pretty much flat in the session. Marijuana stocks are down in the session. CGC 7.88. Aurora down 4.8. So definitely some sell side pressure. Some sectors took a hit into the close today, like XLY, consumer discretionary. NVIDIA carrying the market on its back, up 1.3, along with AVGO. ARM putting in a massive reversal to the up 5% on ARM. Crazy moves on ARM. Unity Software down 10%. A little bit of a mover. NVAX has been sold into, but up 99%. QQQ looking for a nice bullish close here. $442.15 is where the bulls want to close it above. You can see this fight along this area for the last several. I mean, pretty much since you gapped up over that area off of the open. 442.15 is the level. Bearish close. This is a slight bearish close if you lose it. But now they're trying to defend it. 442.15 on a weekly close. Below is bearish, above is bullish. Alright guys, so they did close. It's looking like they closed it below. Alright, so that's a bearish close on the week. That is a bearish close on the week. Obviously you're still positive, but I was looking for a bullish push to close above this wide range red bar. This leaves us for a potential move and sell off into next week. So I think that this indices on a technical basis tried to get above there numerous times. They even had that beautiful push off the open. But that was definitely a bit of a bearish close in my opinion. Not closing above that 442.15. So interesting to see if we're going to get some lower price action to come. But there's certainly going to be lots to discuss over the weekend. Thank you all for tuning into the live stream. Members, I will have a lot to discuss, so stay tuned for the daily analysis video and the weekly sector review as we'll progress through later of the week. Overall, great job today closing those short positions at the open here off of this gap up. That was a beautiful decline on the market, and that was a beautiful, beautiful entry at the highs there. So thank you all for tuning in, and hopefully everyone has a good weekend.